Hello everybody, welcome back. Frigid here as always. Oh wait, I guess it needs to take still needs a moment to start on Twitch at least. Hey, there it goes. Alright, hello everybody, welcome back. Frigid here as always. Excuse me. Still got some more crap to take care of with grinding and all that. Figured I'd keep on. Figured I'd resume with this at least. Okay, so Bash, Pierce, Sloth, and Wrath. Okay. Not quite sure I didn't realize until earlier today, but I could just use any of the identities. Considering how I can, how they're all just. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Considering how they're all just set to the maximum level of, well, I think it's the maximum level of 50. There you go. Crap. Crap. That was not supposed to happen. Okay. Nice trick. Let's see you pull that off again. Right.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야. 위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
얘는 처리했고.
Okay. Takes care of that. Ah, made my neck. Because that identity of Gregor's is pretty... Oh. That one there. It's pretty good. Just kind of all around.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
with all the rupture it can inflict. You gotta be kidding me. I haven't seen mooks like these before. Seriously? I guess those mooks are from chapter 4, or Kanto 4, my bad. Fortunately, with all these city resources, I could just spam their egos as much as I want. Oh, and provided that I've got the sanity to do so.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요. 지금의 기회입니다. 당연한 결과죠.
Come on.
지금의 기회입니다. 당연한 결과죠.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Maddened. Ooh.
고통스러운
배경신가요? 적어지지 않았을 텐데.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Oh yeah, they're indiscriminate, all right. Need more sloth resource.
표정에 따라 실행한다.
지금의 기회입니다. 지금의 기회입니다. 당연한 결과죠.
Oh yes. Yeah, that seems awfully niche. Oh, hello, there's CG90. How's it going, uncaffeinated one? Let's see. Oh, CG? Okay. Yeah, how bad could it be? Let's see, it said Gloom and Envy, yeah.
있습니다.
What Kanto am I on? I'm on Kanto 3, but I need to do some grinding in order to. Oh. It doesn't seem to be crying much. Need to do some grinding in order to get some more. I need to do some more grinding in order to get some more tickets. Like tickets to boost the levels of some of my sinners, as well, some of the identities. So as maybe getting some more, possibly getting some more identities, or even ego, crap like that. The email identity I have. Oh, you mean Emil? Oh, Ishmael. Dang autocorrect. Yeah, I can definitely imagine this one being pretty good because it seems like it's really well suited for defense. Or tanking. Well, crap. Crying slap. Melty eyeball. Gushing gloom. None of those sound good. Do you know that if no identity is the first identity to have an unbreakable coin? Oh, thanks for this subscription there, CG. I think that's probably the first sub I've gotten on, wait. I'm trying to remember, like, because there's following, I think there's following and subbing on YouTube, I think? Okay, tough guy. Let's see how you like that. Oh, do you mean this specific identity, or that Ishmael's with the Clash Guard? Trying to remember what a Clash Guard was. And of course, someone's really good at that.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
You know, I'm sure there's probably been memes about how Mersault's default ego involves chains. I'm actually afraid to see what some of those memes are. Let's see, the first identity to have a Clash Guard skill is Wild Hunt Heathcliff. You know, technically, mentioning Wild Hunt Heathcliff would be a spoiler, but fortunately, I already know about Wild Hunt Heathcliff, so it didn't give any spoilers to me. Okay. what I've seen, no people more or less make memes. Good muscle base ego is what? I think there might be. Well then, Cliff's identity not a spoiler. I could say something that is a spoiler that is really similar, but it isn't. Oh. I don't know why my mouse ain't working with me. The Frenchman has a good base ego. Oh, Mersault? Objectively is the base one. I've heard that it's really good for debilitating opponents. The Odyssey? Hook, line, and stinker. Or, like, you can argue Dawn base ego is pretty good, and it wouldn't argue against it. I'd have to double check what they all do. I've mostly been using them as limit breaks and a kind of a trump card for clashes. Well, I guess that thing really knows how to put its eye on the ball. Dawn's base ego is every time she attacks an enemy with bleed, she heals. Ooh. Yeah, that is pretty dang good. Oh, gee, I wonder why she would have an effect like that. Inflict 6 bind next turn, 3 tremor. Could be worse. What the heck? Man, I love foreshadowing. Same here. Inflict 12 rupture, lose 10 SP, heal 10 SP. I don't know, inflicting 12 rupture isn't too bad. Rupture pierces right through any sort of armor or defense. The game, it's warning you. Passive is what makes it bad. None of them have sinking though. Although Maybe it's just supposed to give me that sinking feeling. Meh. Heat ego is really, or I guess you mean Heathcliff's ego is actually pretty good. It's not the best, but it's up there. Yeah. Glue. That'll work. 10 plus speed, coin power plus 2. Go with that. Well, you're beating up an innocent frog, so I think that's why it's giving you sinking. It's not just an innocent frog. It's a crying innocent frog.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Uh-oh.
이 안에 담아주지.
It's called body sack. Should it be called body bag? Well, booey. Got your eyeball. Did you know Ryu basic ego is the only base ego to consistently inflict burn? It also inflicts one fragile at uptight 3. Ooh, that sounds good. Glubo? I mean, the blubbering toad, you mean? No. That ain't gonna work. It seems Glubo to pretty much the whole community. Okay. There you go.
완벽한 거리군.
Yoshi, the most sadistic person in the group.
안에 담아주지.
Oh, the swordswoman. The one that always makes those acronyms.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh dear. Ah, crap, I don't have Faust in my group. Also, so Gregor's base ego can inflict one random debuff out of all of them into the game. He inflicts one randomly, and it's like a decent amount too. Yeah, I've noticed that. Gotta unload on this one. Maybe not that one.
표정에 따라
Fire at will!
이 안에 담아주지.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Permanent wield her base ego's weapon? Her bad ending ID.
그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야.
I'll have to see which one that is. I'm pretty sure it's one of the La Mancha land IDs. The toad seems to be taking a huge breath. Oh, there's some good news. So they refer to if it's what happens in their story if it was the bad route. Like the Sinclair has the identity of, I think it's the one who shall grip. Oh, you mean Kanto 3? Or do you mean the La Mancha Lane storyline? Okay, so the backstory for Incorporation Sinclair, I guess you maybe just meant Sinclair, and Wild Hunt Heathcliff. I did hear that that one is was pretty long, but then again, Sinclair's from Wuthering Heights. As I understand, his bad ending, so to speak, is from Wuthering Heights, and yeah, it's a novel, all right. One that's written by one of the Bronte sisters, which is about all you really need to know about it.
완벽한 거리.
이 안에 담아주지.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
No. Hanging a dog, that's a pretty terrible thing to do, but it's still not as bad as what Dio Brando did to a dog.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Forgot to mention he did in front of his wife. Yeesh. Let's see, the toad had taken a deep breath, inflating its belly. A bleared teardrop or two welled in its huge round eyes. What eyes? Let's see. This cavern will be filled with an air of gloom once its mouth opens. It'd be best to knock the wind out of it. Yeah, seems I only got one option there. Crap! When Sinclair got to the toad, its mouth had already begun to open, exhaling a staggeringly gloomy sound. Sinclair lost consciousness, trapped in sorrow. Now they merely cry, just as the toad does. Ouch!
죄송하지만 이건 의뢰에 없던 일이었어요.
Seems like we only have one option. Kill the toad? You know, as someone who played up the 8th con and beat it, this toad really does represent Sinclair. I could see it just from what I've seen so far.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Oh, come on, just die already!
신병 확보하겠습니다.
승리했어.
Attack his life points directly! Any non-base ego? Unfortunately, no. Let's see. If an attack skill inflicting rupture potency or account has been used at least once this turn, gain 1 haste next turn. The unit speed is plus into 6+. Attacking skills inflicting rupture potency or account deal 12.5% more, or 12.5% more damage. Oh yeah, this one. Let's see. Anyway, fun fact: the sin affinities of all sinner identities skills actually correlate to their emotions. Skill 1 being the most outward and shallow, skill 2 being slightly more deep, and skill 3 being the core emotion. So we'd put down count. Like, just in general, or... It's probably not going to be weak to itself. And Wrath is the one I'm least able to inflict. What the heck does that correspond to? Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go with this one. Oh! Is he looking for an apple? This is a dark forest full of fog and vine. An apple, rotten but still moving, runs to me in a hurry. Please help me. I need to hide. I'm just a poor tiny apple. Let's see. The defense depends on how they cope with stress. Evade being running away, defense being taken head on, and counter being slapped back. Makes sense. Cursed and thrown away. Before he could answer, no, a rose. Before I could answer, the apple hit its small body behind my leg. Amidst the fog of the viney forest, the clop of a horse is heard. It's a giant horse made of vines. Mounted on it was a being with the head of a rose. The vine horse stands before me and lets out heavy breaths that reek of green grass. Oh, so it smells like a fresh cut lawn? I am on the hunt for someone. It needs to be taken care of urgently. What I'm looking for is an apple that will become a princess, not knowing its rightful place. It must have passed this way. Do you know what direction it has taken? Well, dang. The Rose Hunter comes. Ha! When I point into some random incorrect direction, the entity approaches and looms over me. The place of its head was but an eyeless rose, but I could still feel its piercing gaze. Maybe it sees from the thorns. That would explain why it has a piercing gaze. Such tale is your wish? Then I hope you have it within you to be responsible for your own words. Should you cut him across the apple on your journey, I bid you to bind it with this lasso. The entity tossed the lasso at us before galloping off astride the great steed of vines. Only when could we no longer hear the sound of galloping hooves did the apple slowly emerge from behind my legs, shuddering. Can you please get rid of that lasso? Please. I'm scared. The apple pleaded, but some sinners disagreed. The lasso may come in handy. I denied the apple's request, wound the lasso on my arm, and continued onward. Did I already have that one? Slash, huh? Alright. You can do the elite encounter. I just wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, I kind of get that impression. Oh. I can't really tell what monster it will be because you can tell by the logo on it.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Well, it's not like I really have to fight it anyway.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
이 틈에 제 뒤로.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
너냐?
You know, I know that Rodion's base identity has a skill called Slay, but I don't particularly get girl boss vibes from her.
얘는 처리했고.
The true trick to being a master of puns is to recognize that there are no good puns. Rather, a pun's true nature, its true purpose is to be so bad that it becomes good.
아름답진 않네.
이 틈에 제 뒤로.
Yeah, they just keep coming.
금방 다녀올게.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
너냐? 이 틈에 제 뒤로. 미친 거긴.
깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
I think I'll pass on that one. Gives blood to those who need it. The only blood it has to give is its own. Even those who don't need a transfusion are blood dried with scissors, forced to accept. Thus, its road is filled with receivers that need blood. Plucked a blood bag and handed it to us. Seeing us accept it, it quickly hung an empty one in its place. The bag fills with blood at an uncanny pace. Having fulfilled its duty, it strolled past us. Alright, I got one. This isn't Silent Hill. This is a hospital. It's dark and bleak, like the hallway of the hospital. Always has been. From the end of the hallway, where the lights flicker, something giant approaches. It slides down at a constant pace, making the sound of rusted wheels. The person is tightly tied to the dusty hospital bed. Could they have been a patient in the past? When they reached the thought that there was when they beat. Honestly, looks like something that would be out of it. I know, right? When they reached the thought that there was no point in trying to fathom how long they had been lying in it, began to move at last, one with the bed. Having earned the freedom to freely run after too long, it freely charges at us, dragging its wheels along. Of course it'd be her. The intravenous line was removed from its body. When the red line was pulled out, its body regained vigor as if relieved of some kind of curse. Perhaps the line was siphoning its nutrition rather than supplying it.
아름다운 작품을 하나 만들었지.
Yeah, there we go. Hang on. Okay, so gloom and gluttony. Or gloom and sloth. I think. Yeah, sloth. So which was gluttony again? Oh, yeah, that's right. Do you know Wild Hunt has two different stories? I think so. It might be the. I might be thinking of something else. Well, shoot, I don't have a whole lot that does gloom and sloth. That's right, hers is gluttony. Gregor, okay. And his is gloom.
이 대검은 당신의 검이자 방패가 되어
I've seen this one somewhere before. Where the heck? It's not hard, it's just annoying. Let's see. Why can't I find this darn thing? Oh, there it is. See, there's two ways you can do this fight. You can beat up the candle so you can make his moves clash, albeit, or just go after him. Unclash. Oh! Make his moves clashable. That's a counterattack. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. If you attack the candles, will start trying to attack you. Honestly, it kind of seems like it. By that I mean the candles don't go below 1 HP. Come on. Oh, wait.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh. Still unclashable. So I guess they all have to be brought down to 1 HP for you to be able to clash with his moves. See how I brute force this fight. Yeah. You resist practically everything.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
Seems Gerger's life dealt him a bad hand.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
That's one freaking awesome weapon.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Let's see. Yeah, he resists everything. What a pain in the ass. She can, but unfortunately I don't have a way for her to draw aggro, at least as far as I'm aware. Marked. No. No, maybe for her default identity. Does he lose the resistances if I attack if I attack all the candles?
완벽한 거리고.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Yeah, probably safe to say I've got the worst of both worlds. Okay, had the worst of both worlds. With her sync association ID? Because, like I said, I have her sync association section 4 ID, and they don't inflict aggro. Unless that's just always how they work. And the game doesn't list it in the tooltip. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes much more sense here. That would do it.
규정에 따라 실행합니다. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yeah, having her at uptight 3 would do it. Could you not do that? I looked at the wiki. Yeah. Well, you mentioned her having her at uptight 3. That's probably what's doing it.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Uptight 2, okay.
잘라낼 수 있다면
Yeah, I haven't uptight her at all, so I probably need to do that.
여행은 목적이 있었지.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Emil's still hanging on. Prophet records endlessly. Blitz.
행동을 개시합니다.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
여행은 목적이 있었지.
달달할 수 있다면
Yeah, me and my neck.
이것까지가 내 직감이었어. 이번에도 틀리진 않았지?
Nice.
해가 내 얼굴을 물끄러미 바라보고 있어. 눈을 감아도 마찬가지요.
Eh. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. How did I forget about that one?
내가 필요해?
손맛이 뭔지 보여주지.
사후처리로구나.
There we go.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
무슨 맛일까?
Let's see. The vines growing on the ground are a hassle. Maybe there'll be a chance to get rid of them. Maybe. That's what I thought. Weak to wrath.
금방 다녀올게.
Let's see. Heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes. Thus it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing, sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. Odion walked with shaky steps. With bare hands they dug up the roots. In their hands there were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart.
다른 애들이었으면 못했을걸?
너냐?
Oh. Derp.
행동을 개시합니다.
Nice try.
마실까?
모든 결과들은
Let me see what identities you have. I'll show you just after this fight. That's one part down.
금방 다녀올게.
예상 못했나 봐.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Da 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 da.
예상보다는 조금 우수해졌군요.
Alright. So, identities. First off, might as well do some extractions. Come on. The funny green knight.
신속하게 처리해드리도록 하죠.
Oh, you mean Valpurgis knocked? Alright. Yeah, so I've got the Priest of La Mancha Land and the Haeshopak Sea Branch for Gregor. The reading point to the student Blade Lineage Salsu, and the Sync Association South Section 4 for Otis. Zwei Associate. They're also two of the first identities I got. I think they're the very first triple O identities that I got. Los Mariachis Jefe, and then Zwei Association West Section 3 for Sinclair. LCCB Assistant Manager, T Corp Class 2 Collection Staff for Rodion. Zwei Association West Section 3, and then C Association South Section 5 for Ishmael. Got those three for Heathcliff. One okay ID, you mean for Heathcliff or Ishmael? Just the Fang Hunt Office Fixer for What the heck was his name again? Just the middle little brother for Mersault. Which I suppose could be useful for some of the to go with some of the La Mancha Land identities, since they work off of bleed a lot. Edgar family chief butler for Yoshu. The RB chief de cuisine for Yoshu. I got this one from a middle. I guess you mean middle finger is only good for his support passive unless you're doing an NV team. Yeah, I specifically pulled this one from a ticket extraction where it lets you choose a specific Season 1 identity, because this one has some healing capability. N Corp missile hammer for, and W Corp L3 cleanup agent for Don Quixote. W Corp L2 cleaning agent for Faust. And DAC Association South Section 4 for I'm blanking on his name. Granted, it started not too long ago, so it's not like I have a whole lot in the way of identities.
언제나 준비되어 있다.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Made Rio jump scare?
너냐?
Maybe it's just a generally good standalone identity. Okay.
행동을 개시합니다.
I figured I was probably going to need an identity sooner or later. Probably more sooner than later. That would make for a decent enough medic. And that one chef identity for Ryoshu was the only option I had.
너냐?
생각대로 되어줘.
예상 못했나봐.
그래, 얘는 처리해.
당연한 결과죠.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Man, I hope that advanced GG I ordered the other day gets here soon. I ordered a focus blend. That and a hydration blend. It gets really hot and humid around where I work my day job, so kind of need a hydration blend. You could have picked Fluid Sac Faust, which is generally the cheapest and best healing ego in the game. Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind for an not extraction, dispense. I don't remember there being an ego from the ticket.
행동을 개시합니다.
I didn't want to say I don't remember there being an ego in the on the ticket. I mean precisely that. I don't remember.
나의 승리다. 나의 승리다.
Christopher Rain saying who's by far one of the best debuffers in the game. I've heard that. I mean, I know he's one of the like being pointless ones.
분명 이것은 걸작이었을 것입니다.
해가 내
Okay. Oh yes. Good, good. Eh. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured identities would be a better pick over egos right now. Priest Gregor? You mean the Priest of La Mancha land, or are you referring to something else? Oh. Okay. I see what you mean by, What? Oh, you mean that one? Yeah, the stream usually has a bit of a delay. do there, but oh. Some other healing, but this one doesn't. Oh, heal 2 allies with the lowest HP percentages by 10 some sinking points. Not bad. Very heavily reliant on sinking, though. Oh, the coin reuse effect? Let's see. This one with the Dawn does in fact stack with their base ego. Okay. Yeah, there's all the weekly pass or daily pass missions. What about the weekly? Okay. Not a huge rush on that. Wait,
해가 내 얼굴을
I should do at least for a little while. So, which ego would you probably recommend that I get? Would you most recommend that I get first? Well, either ego or identity. Actually, psychology terms, ego is an identity. Oh, I guess this is what you meant by the Green Knight. Okay. That stinks. Doesn't Gabor this night will be a lobotomy corporation night? During Gabor's core suppression, is there a phase where she wields both of these two ego weapons? I know she wields at least penitence during one of them. I don't quite remember what the other weapon was. I ended up cheesing that core suppression. It took me a while though. I basically just let the game idle while I ran some errands. Good thing too, because it took 4 hours at least. Like I said, is there any, like, what are some, like, what's an identity you'd probably recommend that I grab first? Maybe from the dispenser, because I figured I'd, based on that, I'd grab ego, I'm gonna select that specific center for this. Alright. Gonna be a little while for that one.
하루가 저물어가
Eh, boy. It's gonna be a little while. Ooh, resurrection mechanic. (3-16). So I am very close there. Oh, so very close. Alright, you like through Steam? You like a Steam friend or something like that? Oh, on Limbus? How the heck does that work?
하루가 저물어가는 동안 어느 순간 나는 그저 달리는 걸 멈췄고
Go to the main menu, click the bottom corner on the left that says, oh, I mean this one. Okay. Yeah, I went with something a bit goofy for the tagline there. What the heck is this for? Oh, those are banners I've gotten. Oh, then go to friends. Okay. I guess you've got your ID. Oh. So I guess it'll... I would do it, but it is incredibly blurry. Alright. Step forth, my creamer. I don't want to know. Okay. I guess you could just type it into the type your friend code into the chat, or friend code ID, whichever the case might be. Third time I put it in the chat. That's odd. It's... Hang on. Yeah, because it's not showing up in the stream chat. Okay. Largo 93146. 7, 8, 2. Oh, still more. Alright, I'm guessing that's you.
드디어 목적지를 찾은 것이오.
Oh. I think I activated one of my toggles there.
그대 드디어 목적지를 찾은 것이오.
Oh, company. Okay. Yeah, I actually set up like two different streams of this to YouTube, and I don't know how to remove or disable one of them without disabling both. Alright. Wild Hunt. Ah, this one. Right? What's that? How do you get that fourth skill? Is that... Oh. That seems pretty nasty. Looks like you got a lot of the La Mancha Land ones. The artwork for this one reminds me a lot of Yukari Yakumo from the Toho project. Is it skill 3 on the horse?
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
Might as well take a crack at this one. Bash, okay.
혈기분들이 또 날뛰고
지정 보호 구역에 소요 사태 확인.
출발하지.
See, I have an ego for I think almost every slot on Claire. Swap them to a support ID. You have to go to edit identity and go to support. Okay.
어디서?
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
자, 이제 어떡할까요? 지금 저희가 조용히 이동하기만 하면 다른 신문관들에겐 들키지 않고 지나갈 수 있어요.
Oh, Sinclair. Okay. Okay, what should we do now? If we move quietly, we might be able to pass by the other Inquisitors unnoticed.
한태 씨,
Dante, I'd like to apologize in advance.
죄송해요. 아시다시피
As you know, I'm not as experienced with fighting like the
전투에
others.
많은 경험이 없어요.
Well, we can fix that, Sinclair. See, the identity I have supported is level 55. Okay.
그래서 저놈들에게
I forced my jab me in the heart over and over for that.
될 수도 있어요. 그래도
Will you bear that for me?
버텨주실 수 있나요?
Well, I don't have to place you on the front line, Sinclair. Sinclair was trembling so badly that it'd be pitiful for anyone to witness. I could tell he was desperately trying to suppress his fear. It wouldn't be the first time Sinclair has died. Whenever he bit the dust, I made sure to bring him back. But today, he's newly asking for my understanding. He looked determined to confront them directly if it means he'll die again and again. A feeling quite unlike the fright usual battle evokes. Maybe he's holding the kind of fear that comes with a certain courage. In that case, are you scared, Sinclair? Sinclair suddenly turned around and gave me a startled look. Hmm? Did I say something weird?
아니요.
No, it's just...
오래전에 같은 걸
I was reminded of a
물어보았던
friend who asked me the same question.
생각나서요.
Sinclair opened his mouth after a brief pause. His voice cracked.
전 히스클리프 씨 말에 동의해요.
I agree with what Heathcliff said.
제 머리를 가지고 있어도
Prosthetic head or not,
반드시라는 사람이
you
달라질
would have
건
been the same
없었을
person
거예요.
regardless, Dante.
그리고
I guess the same could be said for my family.
마찬가지였겠죠.
Thanks, Sinclair.
아니에요.
It's nothing.
이제부터
Can't have you be too thankful when I'm about to make you suffer by throwing my life away. Just as I realized that I forgot to ask what he said in response to the same question his friend had, Sinclair had already charged into the fray. Face the fear, save the ego. Oh, crap. It said he was struggling, but he won anyway? I'm not complaining, I'm puzzled.
행동을 개시합니다. 지금이 기회입니다. 시간을 위해서는
Hammer!
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Ah, crap.
이제 끝내지.
That's 2 down. Okay, maybe it was 3. Guess I should have expected the Spanish Inquisition.
사냥 시작. 귀신인가요?
지금이 기회입니다.
삶은 고통스러운
지금이 기회입니다.
Maximum resonance.
지금이 기회입니다. 시간을 의뢰했다면
깔끔하게 물었군. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Pretty sure these guys are German. Details!
예상보다는 조금 우수해졌군요.
Oh boy. Well, hopefully this one works. This one suffices for a while. That is a long freaking chapter. Probably gonna have to make use of it.
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요. 사냥 시작.
Also, they don't have the nice hats. I don't think they have the comfy chair either.
사냥 시작. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Makes sense that these Inquisitors would put up quite the fight.
예상 못했나봐.
After all, they're clearly tough. Tough as nails, you might say. Crap.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깨달음이 괴롭지. 사냥 시작.
대범한
But if you think some of my jokes are bad, just wait till my stream on June 15th.
대범한 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 행동을 개시합니다. 지금이 기회입니다.
Hammer! Crap.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물어봐.
지금이 기회입니다.
Yeah, I should have demoralized them enough.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 난 예상 못했나봐.
Well, dang. Dang nabbit!
삶은 고통스럽지 끝내지. 이제 끝내지.
There.
예상보다는 조금 우수해졌군요.
I think that'd be this. Yeah, it's up to once. And what the heck is she gonna spend that charge on? I guess her third skill. Okay, so who's holding them back? Oh, he is.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
Let's see. Sinclair's home was the largest mansion in the neighborhood, standing at the innermost part of the town. One could see from a distance that a huge flame was engulfing the estate. It took a moment to try and imagine what this town could have looked like during its peaceful times. To bring to mind the times when the trees we saw near the town still had lush, verdant leaves. How Sinclair would have been during those times. When everyone around him had died. I couldn't paint a clear picture of either happiness or despair. Nonetheless, I hope that Sinclair can brace himself for the misfortune he'll soon have to face.
정말 심하네요. 이건.
This is awful to say the least. A courtyard that could have been a vast, flourishing garden was now full of nails erected tall. A variety of prosthetic bodies were pierced by those towering nails. Honestly, just like having or using nails like that just seems extremely impractical. Why don't you like nail him to a post instead? The house was enveloped in furious and ferocious flame, ready to consume everything around it. While everyone's attention was drawn to the prostheses, Sinclair's eyes drifted to a corner of the yard.
무덤들이 파헤쳐져 있어?
The graves, they're dug up? Following his gaze, it could see 3 graves that were violated. Well, they are Crusaders? Sure, but that also means that they lugged around those nails. And had some means of driving the nails into the ground. Sinclair's expression alone was enough for me and all the other sinners to guess who they were for.
마귀가 따로 없구려.
To execute the dead, this is nothing short of a devil's work. Father, mother, and sister. The family he mentioned, that's where they should be resting.
잠깐. 거주자
Halt.
한 명.
One uniform straight ahead.
휘파람 소리.
The Crusaders have hammers on them. Well, 1, you're gonna need a big freaking hammer for those nails, and 2, how the heck do they manage to swing them with enough force to do that? Did they bring in like a construction equipment or something just for that? Probably not, considering their view of prosthetics. That whistling.
아니, 아무리 생각해도 너무 웃기잖아.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too funny when you think about it. Someone walked out of the burning household. People in the city are cybernetically enhanced. Yes, but the Crusaders are not. And so they still would have needed some means of driving those nails into the ground, even if they had a big freaking hammer. Her laugh was simply sinister in every way imaginable.
썩지도 않는
It wouldn't be shocked to me if they took a form of steroids.
그치?
As I understand, they have like canned experience, which I guess could act as that, but it's not just like the weight, the weight and the strength that you need. It's also just how big that hammer would have to be to drive in those nails. Why put so much effort into burying bodies that can't even rot? Am I right?
그래도 여기 꽂힌
I'm sure you'll find them around somewhere if you look hard enough. I do remember nailing those 3.
내말 잘 들으면
Be a good boy, and I might just tell you where they are.
어때, 싱클레어?
Well, Sinclair,
여기까지
you've grown a
찾아오다니
spine coming all the way
많이
here.
용감해진 것 같은데? 시체들을 쳐다볼 용기도
Enough of one to look at a few dead bodies too, right? Why, just why all of this? Sinclair couldn't even speak properly.
팀들은 어디 간 거지? 이 지점까지 왔다면 모습을 보일 정도는 되었는데.
Where did our before team get off to? They've got to turn up at this point.
아, 싱클레어 친구들.
Ah, Sinclair's got some buddies.
같이 숨어들어온 다른 쥐.
Looking for the other filthy ratlets that snuck in here?
좋아, 좋아.
Okay, okay.
잘 봐.
Watch
내가
closely.
조명을 켜줄
I'll turn on the
테니까
lights, so
눈 크게
open your eyes wide! Oh. So I guess the before team also had prosthetics. If he was barely breathing, his limbs had been cut away and deformed prosthetics were crudely lodged in their place. The dude didn't even have prosthetics, so why the heck did they consider him a heretic? He was too mutilated to even speak a single word. And for that matter, if they didn't like him, hanging around people that did have prosthetics, why cut his limbs off and crudely shove prosthetics into their place? Well, then again, fanatics usually aren't very logical. Well, Don is, but Don wasn't helping them drive the nails into the ground. He's too mutilated to even speak a single word.
저대로라면 온전히 사망까지 걸리는 기간은 평균적으로 이틀이에요.
Oof.
장대에 서서히
The pole
꽂히면서
piercing through him will only amplify his suffering. Then,
관리자님,
manager
저는
happens
사람을
to know of a
최대한
method to end a
고통스러운
life with as
방법을
little
알고
pain as
있습니다.
possible. Acute lead poisoning?
쓰였던 적이 많은 기술이라 말이죠.
It's one that saw many uses, in fact. Maybe she's referring to arsenic or cyanide.
명령을 요청해도
May I ask you to give me the order? I looked at both Gregor and Ishmael. They gazed back at me, and, as if in acknowledgement, dropped their heads low and bit their lips. I understood what that meant.
편해지도록.
Rest in peace. The collar of Otis's clothes brushed against the wind. Then silence. And it's then broken by Cromer's roaring laughter. Oh, I suppose if you think this is funny, I suppose you'll get a real laugh out of it when we tearing your vocal cords out. Right, Cromer? Let's just say I'm one of those kinds of people who would wish for no one to experience anything worse than what they would wish on others. Oh, Earl King Heathcliff has joined us. See, at the same time, I could hear something else break.
어차피 다 같은 꼴이 될 텐데.
Really? It's hilarious to watch you all care for each other and you all meet the same fate anyway.
싱클레어. 이러니까
Brings you
옛날
back,
생각나지
doesn't
않아?
it, Sinclair?
그때 네 표정도
Your face back then was real priceless. Got tired of killing the every Heathcliff? I haven't gotten that far yet.
크로마, 너는 죽어야만 해.
Agreed.
그게 맞는 것 같아.
Yeah, I think that's the right way.
넌 내 손에.
He was interrupted by the sound of a nail dragging across the floor.
궤도라는 장착.
You'll be in pain. You'll be in pain and don't trust the dead rabbit boss. Yes, he's in Twitch. It's Guido. We thought we had filled him with our best, but not a scratch was on his body. It's as if all his injuries healed in that short time. Yeah. Also prepare your Heathcliff. I don't know if they converge. It's I guess there's something wrong with the chat overlay right now because it should be showing all the chat messages, and it's not. Yeah, it's showing them. Okay, hang on. Shoot. Yeah, because it's kind of obscured by. It's kind of obscured by this down here. Zwei Ishmael? Oh, I've got Zwei Ishmael. Huh? Oh, before I was in the one that said first time, now I'm in number 4. Need her for N. I'm guessing by N you mean Encore. Seeing him walk toward us in perfect condition fatigued the sinners. Rendered speechless, all they can muster from their hearts is a deep groan of contempt.
궤도. 나머지는 왜 처리를 못한 거야?
Hair Coupon Man, no Ricardo. quite sure what you mean there. I know that I think I saw something about like Ricardo of the middle, like the big brother of the middle figure, taking hair care seriously. Not sure if that was a meme or something. Guido, why can't you take out the others?
용서하십시오, 지는 자식.
Forgive my ineptitude, O one who grips. My incompetence allowed them to escape.
항상 경계해야 해.
You have to stay alert. You never know what's hidden under those cursed steel craniums.
명심하겠습니다.
I shall keep your word at heart, O one who grips.
재회는 끝났으니까.
And where's the most persistent guy in the game? Alright. I guess you mean there. Since the reunion is over, I'll be heading back. Find out you're not too far from it. The fights are in chapter 5. Okay. Cromwell turns around to walk into the burning mansion.
게로마! 돌아와! 내가 널 이 손으로 쥐어잡고!
아니지, 싱클레어.
Nope, Sinclair.
항상
It's always
그랬지만.
been the other way around. Long smirk dances across Cromer's entire face. It's hard to tell if it's the violent blaze or Cromer's vice that is consuming the other. And then,
쥐는 건 나야.
I am the one who grips. Let's see. Also get mentally prepared for 4-48 and 5-30.
행동을 개시합니다.
Soon, TM. Also in fight 4-48, don't let Spice Bush win with a yellow clash. Duly noted. What is with that whistling? I'm not a dog. Oh. Some embery notes in the background now. We shall fear not, for the one who grips is with us. And what effect does that have? Probably has something to do with their sanity.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
You better be afraid, because you just got staggered. Correction, kilt. By the way, use Ishmael in defense of neutral or lower. Oh. Wait. Go for some resonance.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Dang. Can I see YouTube chat on the screen? Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Oh. I mean, I've set up the multi-chat to handle the YouTube chat. I need to do that after this stream. Hopefully it'll work, because I think I just need to go into Botrix and have it so that it will work with the YouTube stream. I only recently started streaming to multi-stream to YouTube as well.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Man, how many of them are there? Oh, why do I stream? Two force speed the stream at 1440 40p. He's so crisply. I can read. Why do I stream? Mostly as a side gig. Wait, there we go. Do you have some? I am kind of hoping I can make something of a career out of it. Largely because if I did that, it'd be a lot easier for me to raise money for charity.
위험인물 발견. 재팔견.
깔끔하게 물었군.
당연한 결과. 지가 이 오해했다. 대검의 머리가
이제 끝내지.
Ah! There we go. Oh. Yeah, I guess I missed that because I kept... All I saw was it saying 1 out of 1 waves.
인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경우. 완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분.
Crap. The heck is that supposed to mean? I'm not sure I want to turn ego shards into threads because ego shards can also be used for, they can be used for dispensing IDs. Pretty sure you unlock the first thread one now. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I thought it was just the one anyway. Oh. Wrath, okay.
손맛이 뭔지.
사후철이로구만.
내가 필요해?
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
Use Shift over Yushu, one of the ones that carried me. Don't use normal IDs. I would if I actually had good options. Kind of the same thing there. And there.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Because 3 skill can do up to 300. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's see. Wait. See, with Heathcliff Ego Shard, you can get ME. Oh, Earl King Heathcliff. Okay.
금방 다녀올게.
Derp.
무슨 맛일까?
깨달음은 괴롭지.
I know the drill.
다른 애들이었으면 못했을걸?
너냐?
확실히 빼는 편이 좋지.
See, also always do a daily mirror dungeon. If I've got the weekly bonus, sure. Yeah, that ain't good.
어찌 잘 생각해보라고.
Always because free ego shards in battle pass. Oh, that's right. Well, take care, Earl King Heathcliff.
금방 다녀올게.
예상 못했나봐.
Yeah. Remember the other day, kind of thought to myself about, what if there's like a take on Snow White using some of the VTubers for the using a bunch of VTubers for the characters. Granted, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a serious one, considering VTubers after all.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
Of course, part of the reason why that came to mind is because of the fact that VTubers, a lot of VTubers are known to be rather short. Not quite sure why. It's just kind of weird that it's such a major, why it's so common for VTubers to be on the short side.
삶은 고통스러운 법.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
손이 열쇠보다 강하다. 그것을 분명하게 깨우치게 했어. 그리고 무슨 말을 더 붙이려 했었던지.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm 5'11", well, 5'11 3/4, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, my confidence is a bit lacking. I thought I got enough. There you go. +8 aggro to the skill slot next turn. Just 2 shards. Ah, boy, which ones? Well, I've got a couple of Gregor's best ones, so I guess I'll trade some of his shards.
안심하세요. 제 뒤에 있는 한 당신에게 화살 하나 닿지 못할 테니까.
Let's see. This contract lasts 3 days. Any non-nest residents during this period will be a priority protection target. 3-day contract. Getting them free gives you 40 free lunacy. Getting what free? The identities or the ego shards? 3-day contract. Priority protection targets. Nest residents. Dozens of people are lined up in rows and columns in an empty lot. Oh, okay. The hot sun blazes over their shoulders. The child quietly whispers, repeating the information listed in the briefing by the association. Her eyes are full of fervor. After spending several years living under the punitive and ambiguous laws of the Great Lake, this behavior naturally became something of a habit to her. She repeated and memorized whatever information was given to her, like it was her duty to do so. Also, they say Great Lake. So does that mean that the city is in the Midwest? Also, which Great Lake? X-Corp has requested the help of the adjacent M-Corp's order, the Lunar Visage. Oh, that's just what they've reconned to the ocean too. We have no idea where they are. For some odd reason, I kind of get the impression that it's in Europe. I don't know why. X-Corp has requested the help of the adjacent M-Corp's order, the Lunar Visage, but they will not be a part of this contract. They are currently absent on an expedition. Even so, the alloy excavation site we are responsible for is comparable to the size of this village in District 24. Therefore, it can be said that the difficulty of this mission isn't too... No assistance from a wing. If it's in an alloy excavation site, then it's going to be pretty risky. And the size of the area we're responsible for is... Huh? She's always like this whenever they are about to depart on a new contract. Most other fixers are yawning or zoning out, staring at the clouds go by, but she is fully focused on the briefing. Then... You are recognized, Knight Ishmael, Section 3. She'd ask a question whenever she grew curious about something, just like she's doing now. Isn't the protection of that excavation site currently managed by District 24 Advanced Excavation Fellowship and X-Corp Alloy Guardians? I know it's near the border, but it's still within a nest, isn't it? X-Corp sent us a notice of cooperation request. They will be absent from the site for about 3 days, apparently. It's like she has a blind obsession, if you will. Gee, I wonder where she gets it from. That is why this way we're contracted to protect that designated area, normally under their jurisdiction within District 24. Does that answer your question, or do you have any further questions? No, that does answer my question. The child shook her head before standing with her hands behind her back. She tried to focus on the briefing again. If it weren't for the annoying chatter coming from behind her row, that is. Or territory protection contracts? It's starting to get old. Should have applied for the order to the Land's End. At least the expeditions at the ruins would have kept things interesting. M-Corp's right next door anyway. This whole endeavor is pointless. Ahem. The child coughed lightly, then whipped around in hopes of putting a stop to that incessant chatter once and for all. Of course, the child's every word was dripping with barely suppressed annoyance. Can you zip it and pay attention to the briefing, please? We're paying attention. Oh yeah? Are you though? 4 minutes ago, the director already answered your complaints by explaining that M-Corp's order of the Lunar Visage doesn't have the time or resources to help us out because they're busy with an expedition. He's probably just saying that to keep us on our toes. Remember our last contract when they said there wouldn't be any reinforcements? And there were? You know what they call X-Corp's excavation sites, right? Hellholes. Literal hellholes. We do have to stay on our toes because we know what kinds of monster... Who knows what kinds of monster might come crawling out of that dungeon. Seriously, it's... What kind of monsters come crawling out? Maybe cacodemons? I think that's what they're called. Child curled her fists and let out a frustrated sigh. Or maybe marauders, that's another possibility. Was it marauders or ravagers? gotta love Zwei Ishmael. Zwei's in General Knight. Zwei's in General Knights are always my weakness. I guess that's why you dropped into my stream. Never mind. Never mind. You do, I guess. Keep going like that and you'll eventually find yourselves up shit creek without a paddle. Fine. Why don't you quit staring at us and pay attention to the podium? Perhaps the threats worked. The child was allowed to focus fully on the director's briefing. Also, I'm curious why in every story they refer to the characters as a child. Good question. But it wasn't long before the chatter resumed. The child had given up on lecturing them, however. It was better to tune them out and focus on the briefing rather than trying to get them to shut up. The wisdom of her choice became apparent not long after the briefing. Help! Monsters for the tunnels! A terrified civilian is shuddering, cornered at a dead end of a tunnel. Next to the civilian are two dead bodies in armors. I guess it's supposed to be in armor, sprawled unceremoniously on the floor. It was clear what happened here. No joke, legitimately a good chunk of the stories, they refer to them as children. A little bit, yes. Also love the armor. Thank you! Ugh. I knew that things were too good to be true when I excavated a super alloy microwave from this tunnel. The various types of the excavation sites monsters in their... Oh, with the exception of some that have titles already. Excavation sites monsters and their environments had been explained in detail during the briefing, but these two fixes who neglected to pay attention did not know what to do in case of an emergency and met their demise. This was the consequence of even the briefest moments of laxity in the city. One of the monsters picked up a spiked bat it found in the excavation site and charged the miner. Good. The civilian closed his eyes, realizing that this was to be his final few seconds on Earth. I knew it! Glad I got you in time! But a great sword that appeared from outside his line of sight stopped the spiked bat dead in its striking arc. Instead of characters of titles, it's usually a monologue from the characters. Instead of the crushing sensation of the spiked bat to his face, however, the civilian heard the sound of metal striking against metal. He carefully opened his eyes. You're a fixer? But I was told that this excavation zone was assigned only 2 of you guys. I was doing some extra patrols in this area. I had a bad feeling that something might have gone wrong. Please be careful. They already killed 2 of your colleagues. If they kill you too, I'm really done for. God, what could one fixer do what 2 of them couldn't? Yeah, I could see that. But you could tell them I told you so right about now. Despite the civilians worried, the child had no problem repelling the monster's attacks from all directions. At first, the monsters attacked her with abandon, emboldened by her passive defensive stance. But they all soon found themselves rolling onto the ground, gripping their arms and howling in pain. The recoil from striking her greatsword was actually hurting them. Now sit tight behind me until the reinforcements get here. How long could you hold out for? Let's see. 3 days should be a piece of cake. The serenity of her dry statement heavily contrasted with the peril that surrounded her. The child stood her ground the entire time she waited for the reinforcements to come. When the Zwei fixers arrived a few hours later, they found the civilian completely untouched and surrounded by bodies of unconscious monsters holding their broken weapons. Hey, you're here. And the child who's polishing her greatsword to get the dirt off its blade. Nice. How does she go into defensive stance though? Is that with one of her other skills? It's a defense guard. Oh! Okay. Okay. Dang, that's a lot of tremor. First unbreakable corner of the game. Look up on it. I think you mean look upon it. Let's see. You said something about borrowing other identities. How do I do that from this? Assuming I'm able to do that from this screen. Hit edit team and then go into support. Okay. Oh. Derp. Okay. Ew. Yeah, seems like it'd be a bit technical. Might as well try and get the hang of it.
지정 보호 구역의 소요 사태 확인.
네, 원하신
따라가겠어요.
이 소리는 폭풍인가? 마치 개소리 묻은
소재가 준비됐어?
There we go.
교정이라면 따르겠습니다.
야, 너!
Oh. That's why. Sinclair leapt forth and chased Cromer before anyone could stop him. However, he's blocked by the remaining N-Corp Inquisitors. In response, he swings his weapon with a tremendous force I never thought he could exert, crushing the head of the one who grabbed him. The Inquisitor collapses to the ground before even a gasp could escape their mouth. Sinclair would normally keep to the back of our group. This was the first time I saw him charge in unprompted like that.
뭐야? 너
Realistically,
이렇게
should be fine.
뒤에서
You wouldn't have a character that's gonna win every clash no matter what. What the? How have you been dull in the back if you could do that?
본인은 그대들의
I remember with
숨을
clarity that I've
먹던
ended your lives.
소개골의 틈새로
I undoubtedly
흘러나오는
witnessed torn brain tissue spill through the cracks in your skulls.
그러나
And yet,
그대
here you heretics are before me on your feet.
오히려 터무니없이
You're not the one to
멀쩡해서
complain
있는
about
그쪽
miraculous
같은데.
recoveries. Guido examines me closely with his piercing glare. He then slowly nods as if his observation gave him the knowledge he needed.
귀하
You
이단의
there,
머리인 자여
the one possessing the head of a heretic.
필시
You must be the false shepherd enticing this herd into blasphemy.
틀림없
Proceeds to nudge his chin at the nailed corpses in the courtyard.
저자들은 불결한 몸으로
They committed the grave sin of entering the site of hallowed rites with their unclean bodies. Right. So what the heck is that language written on his armor supposed to be?
그리하여 이단과 동일한 처벌을
Thus, Thus they have been punished with the same penalty as heretics receive.
스스로의 의지
They have
없이
also been
기계라는
subjected to the
의무를
humiliation of
외치러
bodily
버린
mechanical
지옥으로
intrusions being installed against their will.
하지만 그대들은 다르다.
But you are different.
이단을 신봉하던
The sin of worshiping a heretic is less severe than indulging in heresy oneself.
하여
Therefore, as long as you are willing to repent and cleanse your minds of sin,
우리 망치는
we, the Hammer, are willing to demonstrate forgiveness.
그러니
So I implore you, ye pitiable, foolish sinners, led astray by temptation,
그 거짓된 기적을
shake off the allure of that false miracle and kneel before me. How about no? The confrontation came to a standstill. No one seemed willing to speak first. So you've all been under my spell or something all along? Who would have thought that? I tried cracking a joke to lighten the mood, a little, but no one laughed.
단테 씨, 저자의 말은 당신을 모욕한 거잖아요. 인간 취급도 안 하는 거라고요.
Dante, that man, he just insulted you. He doesn't even see you as a human being. I mean, you guys call me Clockface all the time too.
그거랑 다르잖아요.
That's not the same at all. Besides, I've never heard that I've never used that nickname before. Ishmael grunted.
그럴듯한 말만 대충
So you think throwing some fancy words around will be enough to persuade us, eh?
빠져나와야 할 놈은
Well, let's not faceplate. You're the one who needs a little slack, a little shaking off. Seems your human brain's just as defective.
기회는 충분하게 제공하여
You're given ample opportunity.
그대들 또한 매달리고
You're no different from those we hung and nailed after all.
나는 망치
I am a hammer.
쥐는 작게
I am a
충성하여
tool for the one who grips, tasked with the great mission of piercing the false flesh of heretics.
내 너희를
I shall
모세에게
bind thee to a nail and lay thee down furthest from soil.
위치하게 하리라. 죄를 참여하지 않는
For he who shan't repent. Oi, how are you gonna finish your stupidly long taunt?
흙으로도 돌아가지 못하리라.
Is not granted rest beneath the earth. Try this one.
점 찍었네. 합격점.
So with that skill, do the colors change depending on what status afflictions he dishes out? Because if they do, that's pretty cool. Ah. The skilled tube does more damage.
점 찍었네.
Oh, goody.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어?
Okay, sanguine pointillism. Well, that has the power to. I could definitely see that.
행동을 개시합니다.
세존의 방어를.
대검의 머리가 찢어지진 않았을 텐데.
얘는 처리했고
다음 판단을 부탁합니다. 교정대로.
Time to really crank out some damage with Ishmael.
점 찍었네.
지금이 기회입니다.
교정에 따라 실행합니다.
Yeah, I swear, this... that idea of his ways is both shield and big freaking sword.
위험인물 발견. 젠팔게요.
합격장.
제가 이를 위해했다면
Well, he's toast.
너냐?
제가 이를 위해했다면
완성되었네.
그래, 얘는 처리했고
Good old ish of the best defense is the best offense. No kidding. The ground shook as Guido finally fell. Make sure to take his head. Just to make sure he doesn't come back. Couldn't help but wonder if we really did him in. Yet we were too exhausted to bother and take his helmet off to check his breathing. Sinclair was repeatedly jabbing his spear into a dead Inquisitor. The corpse was mangled beyond recognition, its blood and organs spilling all over the floor.
싱클레어. 진정해.
He didn't seem to care about anything other than the body he set out to destroy. Occasional paints of rage and tearful gasps were all that came out of his mouth. I knew stopping him was the right thing to do, but no one dared to step in. It was evident that he was too blinded by ire to listen to us.
정신 차리게 하는 방법은 생각보다
I know a way most simple to bring him back to senses. Smelling salts? Slap him on the back of the head? But is she gonna plant one on him? At that, Don Quixote suddenly jumped Sinclair and pinned him to the ground. And then she started laying into his face. One fist thrown after the other.
이거 말려야
Oh, shouldn't we do something? Yeah, probably.
냅둬. 분내나는 싸움 따위.
Leave him be. A couple calves tussling isn't worth intervening. A cloud of dust rose from her ruthless beating. After a while, Don Quixote cut her onslaught.
어떤가? 정신이 좀 드는가?
Ah, welcome back, uncaffeinated one. Pray tell, how dost thou feel now?
미안하네.
Pardon my rash action.
흥분이 몸을
After I find myself
잠식하면
overcome by fervor, rampaging much the same as a rider this horse.
그럴 때는
At such moments, mine old friends helped me to come to myself by beating me senseless.
그렇게 해야만 정신이 드는 때도 있는 것 같아.
'Twas at times the only remedy to the fever that had overtaken me.
아하. 그러니까
Aha! So in that sense, Virgilius must be a good friend of yours too, right? Hard to argue with that logic.
그게
Well, Tears blinked down from Sinclair's bruised eyes.
가만두지 않겠어.
I'll get her for this. I'll go to my home and skewer that bitch.
개새끼한테
I'll skewer her with a stake, and then...
그런 다음은
Sinclair, exactly what is there between the two of you? Because you might want to watch your phrasing there. The rest of his sentence was overrun with pained sobbing. After a while of sniffling, Sinclair finally seemed to calm down as he put a hand to his face and started muttering.
저 하루아침에 모든 걸 잃었어요.
I lost everything overnight.
그때는
Back then,
저들이
they didn't
옷과
parade their
망치라는
Nagel and
이름을
Hammer
내세우지도
name
않고
around. You didn't see large groups like that
저렇게 많은 이런
like that in the
공포를
open.
다니지도 않아. 하지만
But at
언제부터인지
some point,
자기들을 망치라고 하는 자들이
people calling
하나둘씩
themselves
마을에
hammers started
들어서더니
showing up in town one by one, and
됐어, 꼬맹이. 거기까지면 됐어.
it's okay, kiddo. No need to push yourself. Wodia gently pat him on the back.
아직도 생각하곤 해요.
I still think that sometimes.
나쁜 꿈속에서
This is all just a bad dream, and I'm having trouble waking up.
매일 아침마다 잠에서 깨서
It always
눈을
comes every morning before I open my eyes.
이번만큼은
Maybe this time I'll wake up and see my familiar ceiling. Just maybe. After he said that, he broke into tears. It only made sense to wait for him to settle down. It's pure hatred from his end and yandere from Kroger's end.
완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지보호 의뢰가 끊이질 않겠어요.
혈기분들이 또 날뛰고 있나요?
Nah,
어디서
got that one.
뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
와일드 헌트야.
Isn't that his third skill? Yeah, it is. Oh, simmer down there, Heathcliff. Huh. That was weird. There's something about the way he laughed kind of reminded me of Blackbeard from One Piece.
행동을 개시합니다.
Brutal. Let's see. Gain 2 damage up next turn for every 3 value. Raise minimum speed by 1. Next turn for every 4 value. Gain 1 clash power for every 5 value. Okay. Ah, crap.
규정에 따라 실행한다.
Yeah. 2 beheadings and a funeral.
규정에 따라 실행한다.
최선의 방어를. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 스바일의 미래에
규정대로.
Oh, hello, Foxy debut. No, I'm borrowing Wild Hunt to be more accurate. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Maximum resonance.
규정대로.
인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경우. 완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지보호 의뢰가 끊이질 않겠어요.
You know what? I'm curious about this one. A lot of bleed. Oh. Whoops.
와일드 헌트야.
Yeah. I guess I'll have to try it out with the next battle. We entered the charred mansion of the Sinclair, and Sinclair led us to the basement. When he opened the door, a long underpass leading to an unknown destination was revealed to us. To think there'd be a tunnel down here.
아마
So,
제 짐작이
if my guess is right, then this passage should lead to the branch facility.
지하실에 대체 왜
Why
이런
did I keep it that shifty shaft in a basement?
원래는 없었어요.
It wasn't here before.
뭐?
What?
우리 어떻게 알고 지하실로
How'd you know we ought to go to the basement?
나침반이 북쪽 방향에
It's like how magnetic fields draw a compass needle northward. Yeah, it was brought here by intuition. Isn't that what it is?
저희를
They're bringing us along to use as sensors for the bows. Sinclair quietly looked at Faust. Instead of answering him, she strode past him and stood before the door.
재질을 보아하니 비교적
Judging from the material, this tunnel seems to have been made relatively recently.
아마
It
엔사의
was likely dug by
파견원들이
N-Corp's
이곳을
expeditionary
점령하는
forces
방향이었겠죠.
when they had occupied the town.
짧은 길은 아닐 거예요.
It would be a short trip, given that this passage was excavated for their use. We will assuredly run into foes on the way. We should move once we are ready.
출발하죠. 그렇게 쳐다보지 마세요.
Don't give me that look, Dante.
저는
I am simply not in the position to comment on it. Ah, what the heck?
위험 인물 발견. 제압할게요.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Oh, crap.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 직접 밝혀주마. 이 속에서
All that power wasted.
위험 인물 발견. 제압할게요.
비명을 질러라.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
목을 내놓고 이 비명을 질러라.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Now that's a counterattack!
내 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Click on the Wild Hunts counter. You mean this one? Oh, no one's attacking him though.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
무차 잠들어.
시바이에 의뢰했다면. 시바이에 의뢰했다면. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Let him counter. Alright.
인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경험. 완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지보호 의뢰가 끊이질 않겠어요.
Unterführung. Unterführung. Oh, it's how he gains Dulahan. Ah, okay. Oh, that is a lot of rupture. I like it!
새로운 배달 의뢰인가요?
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
Thanks for the Stretch Redeemed Foxy debut. Alright. See, this one. Whoa, that thing is scrolling way too fast.
부르셨어요? 혹시 제작지를 통해 주문한 물품이라도.
Flower bearing pin. Gain 1 stack at turn end when hit. Gain 1 offense level per 5 stacks. If the unit with this effect dies, inflict gluttony damage with this stack and inflict 5 rupture. Expires upon death or retreat. Impressive.
안 돼요?
See, so that courier trunk is actually like a weapon itself that could like transform and stuff. Average Amazon employee Sinclair.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
최선의 방어를.
배달부 보증이 충분했습니다. 침착하게 판로를 개척하십시오.
I guess that's his package talking there.
부르셨어요? 혹시 제작지를 통해 주문한 물품이라도.
Oh, Tears of the Tarnished Blood. That's from the current season.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
The Witness?
제작지 협회에 플루그니 차는 의미 없는
Right.
사건을 지향합니다.
I guess I should have clarified Kanto 8. Oh.
아직 안 늦었어. 비켜달라고 했잖아요.
Well.
행동을 개시합니다.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
대범의 머리.
This one kick-ass courier chunk. Oh, 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 oh.
행동을 개시합니다.
지켜달라고 했잖아요. 더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다. 당신의 분노 그것이
Dang, that is freaking badass.
당연한 결정. 대범의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 테야.
깔끔하게 물었군.
주문하신 상품을 예정된 시간보다 일찍 배송할 수 있겠네요. 의뢰인분이 좋아하시겠어요.
Branch K-02. That implies that there are multiple branches in this district. Level 30? You said you can only bring one support into a battle, right? Ah, dang. Do it anyway.
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
The branch facility we entered was not as well preserved as the one we had visited in District 4. Seems N-Corp's Inquisitors have been using this place as their base for a while. Various torture devices and bits of flesh and machinery like those we saw in town came into my sight. Please stop. It hurts. It hurts so much. This one speaks of suffering. It must be a false cry. Pay it no mind. No, the pain. It's real, I swear. Did it not hurt to attach these impurities to your flesh? Did your conscience not scream as you rejected your humanity? Enough. This one is too far gone to repent. Does the absence of tears not say enough? This one is only pretending to confess. Oh, wait! I can shed tears! So I beg you, please! We can afford to verify it, can we not? Indeed. Your genuine effusion of sorrow suggests humanity. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we shall lift your eye. Their heretical depravity knows no bounds. They've gone so far as to make vile devices that mimic tear glands. We must see with our own true eyes that this isn't the case. We will let you go if we can confirm that your eye socket is indeed of flesh and blood. What? No! Stop! You heretics truly are like pests. Never alone with the habit of constantly obstructing our great task. You're kindred creatures indeed. Sure, no problem, Foxy.
왜? 이번엔 나도
What?
한번 나서보고
I want to take
싶었어.
charge for once. Must be a breaking wheel. How come I can't level her up? Yeah, this is gonna suck.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
대검 방어.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
Hopefully this will make for some power leveling for my other sinners.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지지.
직접 놓아주마.
당연한 결과죠.
Well, I'm pretty sure his level will be high enough. What I mean is, like, since they're underleveled, hopefully they'll level up faster.
제법 싸우는 폼이 발전했는데요.
Well, you've all gotten better at fighting, haven't you? A faint voice calls to us from the corner. Suede? Suede was resting against the wall, exhausted. She was covered in bites and gnawings left by the Picatula.
괜찮으세요? 일어설 수
Are you alright?
있으시겠어요?
Can you get up easily? Suede could barely talk, let alone stand on her feet. She slowly began to speak, each word filled with pain.
에피는 어떻게
Effie, how is he?
살아있죠? 밖에서 만났죠?
Alive yet? You must have met outside. Everyone is hesitant to answer Suede's desperate question. How could any of us inform her of the morbid state Effie was in and how we had to put him out of his misery?
네, 살아있어요.
Yes, he's doing fine now. Lulu answered quietly. A sinner came forward to elaborate.
잡담은 그만하지.
That's enough
또
chatter.
이상한 것들이 기어오는
Seems more
듯해.
of those oddities are crawling our way. A swarm of Pecatula approached us. It was as though our guilt about lying to her had gained physical form.
준비는 끝났습니다.
Oh, that's new. Ah, no one wants to attack him. That's no fun. It seems to be modeled after a breaking wheel. Seems rather poor taste, honestly.
표정에 따라 실행한다.
Oh.
대검 방어. 지금의 기회입니다. 위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
There's a machine in this dilapidated room. A long, bulky lever is at the center of the machine, adorned with springs. The urge to pull it is growing stronger. It's stronger. What will you do? Putting his spontaneous thought into action, he's as impulsive and uninhibited as a child reaching for off-limits marshmallows. You pull down the lever, a clack follows soon after. The springs begin to turn, some slow, some quick, some clockwise, others counterclockwise. Watch the machine's rumble grow wilder, you feel anxious. Ah, would you look at that? A small wooden chest rose to the floor. You carefully open it to find a bundle of torches. It's not much, but they should give you a momentary relief in the dark. You take the torches out of the room. See a large gate in the distance. There's something eerie about the pointed fences and stone walls. It looks to be the only way through this area, but it's guarded by a large number of inquisitors. Is there anything we can do about them? Almost how to go about it. Hear ye, for I have a plan! Might as well hear her out. Don Quixote? I'm guessing that's the one... that's the one bringing up the plan. I'm not sure if it's the best idea exactly, but it might not hurt either. Oh. Wait, is that... Hey, we should check it out. The Inquisitors guarding the gate left their post to investigate the source of the noise. So doth the diversion return. 'Tis exactly as I spake. A plan without flaw, from conception to conclusion. The mastermind proudly exclaims. Honestly, didn't expect it to work this well. We'll be able to pass once we've dealt with the remaining Inquisitors.
사냥을 위해서라면
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
표정에 따라 칠해본다.
듀라니아 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Yeah, except it's the rider that's supposed to be headless, not the horse.
행동을 개시합니다.
속에서
가위에 의뢰했다면
속에서
Oh, that sucks.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 대단한 능력.
찢어 놓아주마. 무차 잠들어.
당연한 결과죠.
Dilhan is a general with a horse without a head who commences the dead in Irish folklore. No, because I've seen stuff about Dullahan before. It's sometimes it's depicted as sometimes depicted as a person riding a carriage, other times just riding the horse. But, well, to say that they're headless in this case means that their head is just not on their shoulders, because they're usually carrying it with them.
관리자님, 앞으로는 확인 사살을 기본 전투 계획에 넣는 것이 어떠신지.
Manager, if I may be forward, it would suggest soon including steps in your combat protocol to confirm that our foes are dead. There's some depictions that have both the rider and the horse headless. The thought of his return makes what hair I have stand on end. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ye heretics must be exterminated. How long have you been? Guido approaches at a slower gait than before, but his gaze is firmly fixed on me. And the rest shall be purified. I needed to rewind the clock. Most of the sinners were either dead or gravely injured. There's no way an effectively non-combatant manager and someone barely holding on to her life could take him.
멈추세요.
Please stop. Just then, Suede pulled out a gun. She pointed the barrel at me.
움직이지 마시길
Need you
바랍니다.
to keep still.
그 시계를 돌리는
The
순간
moment you try to turn
제
that
손은
clock,
그대로
God will blow off
머리를
your head.
빼뜨려버릴 거예요.
Suede,
그렇게 쳐다봐도
don't look at me
저한텐
like that.
안 들려요.
I can't hear you,
하지만 말해드릴게요.
but I can tell you this.
당신을 없애는데
They promised
협조하면
to let Effie
당신을
go
살려서 보내준다고 했어요.
if I helped to get rid of you.
시간을 지나치게 오래 끌었다.
I let too much time pass. Guido comes to me and grabs me by the neck. And he grips my head tightly with his other hand as if to crush it. Creaks, cracks, and rattles ring inside my head. His fingers being inches away from shattering my head terrifies me. Is this it? Is this how I die? Would this have turned out differently if I was a better manager? I remember Heathcliff menacingly asking if there was a way to open up my head so he could see what's inside. Tough luck, Heathcliff. You'll be missing out on a good show. Heard a sound. It's the sound of something breaking. Fortunately for me, it didn't come from my head. Guido staggers. A nail was lodged in his back, and Sinclair was grasping for air behind him. He was nearly unconscious, laying still until moments ago. It's a miracle that he managed to get up and do this. It escaped Guido's grasp thanks to him. Guido stood firm despite Sinclair's desperate attack. He collected his breath and slowly turned around.
그렇군.
I see.
그대 또한 이단이라는 것이군.
You too are a filthy heretic. You're
미쳤어.
all insane!
제정신이 아니야.
Out of your minds!
신은자께서
The one who
말씀하셨지.
grips had once said
그대도 또한
that you could have become the one as well.
그러나
What a shame.
쉬는 방향이
You grip with the wrong
잘못되었군.
direction. Sinclair, run away. I can't help you.
아니요.
No. I'm not running anymore.
좋은 대답이네요, 싱클레어 씨.
I like that answer, Sinclair. Gunfire filled my ears. The bullet struck Guido's head.
스스로 멸망에
You
이르는
bring
자들이여
ruination upon yourselves.
망치는
The hammer shall
계속해서
continue to pursue you. With those words, Guido fell to the floor, motionless. And in that hush, I heard her handgun drop to the floor. Suede,
피는 역시
Effie,
죽었죠.
he's dead, isn't he?
당신들은 허술해요.
All terrible liars.
거짓말을 하려면
Please try to
좀
make it somewhat
그럴듯한
believable.
표정이라도 짓던.
쏘듯이.
Come on, Suede. Let's get out of here. You'll be okay. Just gotta stop the bleeding and get you patched up.
맞아요. 제가 지혈대를 챙겨.
Right. I'll get a tourniquet.
무슨 말을 하는 거예요?
Don't be
제대로
stupid.
움직이기도
Don't be
힘든데.
stupid. I hardly left a finger.
더군다나 저 신문관들은
Besides,
계속
those
올
inquisitors will
텐데요.
keep on coming, won't they?
당신들은 계속
You guys
내려가야
need to keep
하잖아요.
moving down.
제가
Hold them
여기
off
맡을
here.
겁니다.
You should go.
어떻게
can't.
그래요?
You can't do that.
제대로 움직이기도 힘들다면서요.
You said yourself that.
그래서는 어떻게 뒤를
You said yourself you
맡기겠어요?
can hardly lift a finger. I can't let you watch our backs when you're in such a mess. Please.
저기 이럴 땐 그냥 고개 끄덕이고 잽싸게
You know,
넘어가면 되는 거랍니다.
Moments like this, you're supposed to just nod at me and be on your way.
벽 떨어지게 남은
Why
사람
do you care
걱정을
so
왜
much
하는
about the one
거예요?
who volunteered to stay behind?
그렇지만
You can't just.
이거
Make this
진짜
pretty awkward,
구질구질한
you know
장면인
that?
거 알아요?
Here, I thought I could have a
기껏
cool
멋진
farewell.
구도가 자파우스트.
Faust,
얼른 이 멍청이들
please take
데리고
these absolute
가세요.
dorks out of here.
베르길리우스 씨한테는
Make sure to give Virgilius your regards.
남부는 무슨
Indeed.
사나 한번 와달라고
Just tell
해주세요.
him to come visit and say hello someday.
무슨 뜻인지 알죠?
You know what I mean?
네.
Of course. We headed for the next area, leaving Suede to die. We all stayed silent for a while. Huh? sealed door rests on one side of the room. It looks too thick to be easily broken or breached with force. There's gotta be something totally valuable through here if it's guarded this tight. The sinner must be right. It might be right. Treasure might be waiting behind the door. What should you do? Perhaps to throw a look. There's got to be some way through other than brute force. Perhaps to throw a look around could reveal something. After tinkering with something on the wall, Ishmael let out a triumphant grunt. Huh? The door was open. Apparently there's a protruding brick next to the door. Ishmael explained that sliding it back into place got the door to open, then proceeded through. There's a hidden path behind the door.
의뢰비 인상에 대해서 대화를 나눠볼 만한 성과 아닌가요?
Maybe not a good idea to use that one. Or that one.
따라갈 준비는 되었습니다.
Ugh. These guys seem like they're based off of nothing there. Gee, wonder what gave that impression. Oh.
사냥 시작.
대검 방어.
듀라디아, 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Ooh. I thought one of them had tremor.
행동을 개시합니다.
와 함께 사라져라.
Now we're talking.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
최선의 방어를. 지금이 기회입니다.
Time for him to part.
위험인물 발견.
비명을 질러라.
Recommend you do not mount them up again. Huh? Gee, must be for this. See, dozens of old broken... Oh, okay. Dozens of old broken crates littered the floor. Yeah, cobwebs. Clearing things away, you found 3 particularly large crates buried underneath. These are all locked. Looks like the keyholes have the same shape. Alas, the key is of a soft constitution. It wouldn't be feasible to use it again once it has been inserted into a lock. Sounds like a good only one try. Which one should you open? It's only 50% chance. Once it excitedly rubs the helm clean. Not a bad haul, all things considered. We carried the helm and our center infatuated by it and left the room. Okay, but why won't it let me go there?
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
행동을 개시합니다. 대검 방어.
교정대로.
Oh, if he's at 25, he cannot get on the horse.
달릴 시간이다.
Okay.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
무차 잠들어.
If you do the counter while on the horse, it makes it lament more despair. I think you mean lament, mourn, and despair.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
Oh. Seems kind of tricky to make good use of it then. Doesn't make Oh, I see.
사냥 시작.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
대검 방어.
Oh, yes.
행동을 개시합니다.
Ah, man.
머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
징저 밝혀주마. 징저 밝혀주마.
규정대로.
행동을 개시합니다. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Let's see. The Incorporated Inquisitors were busy torturing someone. A filtered scream fills the cramped room. Their victims are people with prosthetic bodies. Sinclair didn't utter a word, but his eyes full of wrath and fear were fixed on the torturers. He breathed heavily at irregular intervals, his body shaking. Looks like he might charge forth at any second. Do you stop him, or... Heretics! The heretics have appeared! As the sinners approach, the Inquisitors cast the victims aside to charge at us. Bastards. Sinclair stood against them at the forefront, but that hammer might be too big for Sinclair's weapon to stop. He does have that sign after all. What happened with the sign?
이건 의뢰에 없던 일이었어요.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다. 위험인물 발견. 대검 방어.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
최선의 방어를. 대검의 머리가 찢어지지.
Yeah, the tremor wasn't the only thing that burst. It was her body too.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
규정에 따라 실행합니다. 규정대로
Is there some trick to getting the skills that you want to use to actually show up on the dashboard?
행동을 개시합니다.
무차 잠들어.
Yeah, it's way too low. Another bot over on kick.
끝났습니다.
어디서 짐승이 기어다니는 소리 들리지 않아?
Your beast called around somewhere? There certainly is the sound of something moving along the floor. Ugh. That's one big ugly brute.
저것들도 환승체인가?
Are those abnormalities?
자세히 봐요.
Take
환상체가
a closer
아니에요.
look. They aren't abnormalities. See that emblem? Ishmael whispered softly to us. Upon closer inspection, I could spot the emblems she mentioned. They were the ones worn by the Inquisitors.
에고 침식 현상이군요.
Ego corrosion has rested them.
기분
You mean
나쁜 상태를 말하는 건가?
That nauseating state?
전투 중에 멘탈이
I
흔들릴 때
think it
그랬던
happened
것
to me in
같은데
battle once when I was on the verge of a
맞지?
breakdown.
뭔가에 잡아먹히는
It was
것과는
like I was being devoured.
우적우적 씹혀먹히는 것과는
Although it's
되게
not quite like
다르지만
consumption in the conventional sense.
본질을 좀 먹어
We
들어간다는
suppose
것을
it is
생각하면
that is a visible
괜찮은
analogy, seeing as it eats away at your
그리고
essence.
이 장소는 아까
And
층과는
in
달리
observation, unlike the last floor, this place does not seem to be exclusively for torturing prosthesis users.
스스로 침식을 강행시키는 장소.
It'd be fair to say that its purpose is to induce corrosion unto oneself. Why? Staring at those beings stumbling about, it evoked complex feelings that made me sigh. Is my artificial head really worth raging over so much so that that they would transform themselves into something far more hideous than having a clock for a head? Choosing to lose themselves, being possessed. What about when they claim the golden bough after going to these lengths? Will it even be used for their benefit? Then it occurred to me, am I really so different from those unsightly zealots? When I'm searching for the golden boughs without even knowing what they'll be used for? Oh, shoot. That could be a problem.
환상의 세계로 들어가보죠.
And even assign them to go up against those dodge tokens or whatever they are. So, why are they going up against that? Well, he's mounted up, and his sanity is in the negative. I don't know how I pulled that off, but I did. I'm also not going to complain either. Well, okay, maybe I will complain a bit, because I don't know. It would be nice to know how he did that so I can replicate it in the future. Instead of having to rely on a fluke. Oh, come on!
사냥 시작.
Oh, come on. At least it's staggered now.
행동을 개시합니다.
Oh boy. Guess I should be surprised that it wasn't showing the second or the third floor yet.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게. 대검 방호.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
유라리아, 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Okay then.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
속에서
Yeah, what's this odor? The students frowned at the olfactory assault. Following their eyes, you find an Inquisitor collapsed on the floor. Definitely dead. The smell must be coming from the rotting corpse. Everyone was hesitant to approach. You see something sparkle. There seems to be something amidst the writhing manes. What will you do? Sorry, Ishmael. Crap!
제가 지켜야 할 대상은 아니었잖아요.
Hear snapping mechanical noises through the closed door. It sounds like a cry for help. As you focus your attention, you begin to hear footsteps. Steel. Those are clangs of steel. Sinclair froze. Looks like an Inquisitor is coming for them. What will you do? Sinclair jumped in as soon as you told him what to do. As you expected, a number of prosthetic people were bound by ropes. Get out of here, quickly! As soon as he untied them, they hurriedly ran out of the room. The heretics! We were a little late to leave. The Inquisitors shouted as they entered the room. It seems conflict is unavoidable.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
The heck?
사냥 시작.
주라디야. 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Alright, so he's staggered. Dang, almost staggered him. That'll do the trick, though.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
지금이 기회입니다. 최선의 방어를.
사냥 시작.
속에서
Alright. Next. Let's see. The passage was red hot. Yeesh, that'd melt my shoes. The suitors carefully approached the road only to retreat from the overwhelming heat. Something was written on the sign in front of the passage. Prove your humanity. Through weakness and separation, sear a path with mobilization. Took no time at all to figure out what that meant. What will you do? Won't work. Too many Inquisitors are guarding the other route. We had as soon as scout the perimeter, and it looks like this is the path of least resistance. Someone with a burning will might be able to bear this pain. How come he can't? Heck yeah! Ishmael ran across the heated road on bare feet. The others surrounded the rancid stench of burning flesh. Groaning with agony, Ishmael made it to the other side. An altar with a red seal and a lever rose before them. When Ishmael pulled the lever, the road quickly cooled. The rest of us were able to tread the path safely.
의뢰비 인상에 대해서 대화를 나눠볼 만한 성과 아닌가요?
Hmm? That's odd. Why would the boss be over there? Well, it's starting to get late. Well, looks like Cena Fun is doing her Project Moon tabletop RPG, and I've actually been rather curious about what that is, so I think I'm gonna raid her. As always, folks, thank you for watching, and as always, peace I live you this day and all days. Take care.